Okay, I will.
Having some connectivity issues, so I'm saying hello, but I can only hear part of what you're saying.
Thanks, Catherine. And I will then take and run the meeting here just so in case we lose connectivity with you. Good morning, everyone. I'll call to order this State Aviation Board meeting. And with that, I just want to let the guests in the room know to please sign in the sign-in sheets where you came in if you'd like to make a public comment. We will limit public comments during that period to 2 minutes per speaker. We've also made a slight change in the agenda. Item number 7, the Oregon Government Ethics Commission presentation from Charlie Esparza, which is a 1-hour presentation on gifts, has been moved to 11:30 to 12:30, from 11:30 to 12:30 to after lunch from 1:30 to 2:30. This is so that after all the ODAV, the staff has completed their presentations and everybody in attendance can hear the staff presentations and you don't have to sit through our training as well. So with that, I will do a roll call, or actually Holly will do the roll call.
All right, so good morning, board members. For the record, Catherine Stevens.
Present.
Sarah Macias. Present. Steve Mankey.
Present.
Jeff Frazier.
Present.
Jim Knight.
Present.
And Leo Dutch.
Here.
Roll call is complete and we are at quorum.
Okay, thank you, Holly. We have some consent agenda items to approve here quickly. We have the approval of the February 1st, which was our 2024, which was our prior board meeting minutes. And we also have approval for the March 7th, our prior work session meeting minutes. Can I get a motion for the board to approve the prior meeting minutes and a work session meeting minutes for February 1st and for March 7th? Any amendments? We have a motion.
And I'll second.
And a second. All in favor? Aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, thank you. I know we have some guests here. Mayor McCardle, thank you very much. I'd like to have you introduce yourself and introduce yourself to the board, please.
Good morning, I'm John McCardle. I'm honored to be the mayor of Independence, and I'm here to officially welcome you in 1.5 minutes. And we're glad that you folks have taken the time to come and visit our community. We're very proud of both the community, and we love we have a wonderful connection with the Homeowners Association, with the EAA, with our air friends, and they have been an important part of our community for many, many years. They do events, they bring folks here, they are real community players, and I really appreciate the folks that are here today because they add so much to our community. We're glad that you come out of the metro area and come downstate. Thank you, it is much appreciated. I do encourage you to do what Bill has done and stop in town and get eats and drinks in our community. We're a wonderful place, and so I just want to officially welcome you. We're glad you're here. We love working with the aviation community, and we are very, very proud of what our folks here in the air park. And I want to tell you, the FAA was here a number of years ago. We were helping them understand how things really work. And when they were finally done, they were able to say that this air park, the way that this is run, is an example of best practice in the United States for how an air park works. And so it's these people who help do that. And I just want you to know that. So thank you again for being here. We're proud to have you in Independence. Have a great meeting.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I would just like to say on behalf of the board, thank you all to the hosts here with the EAA in the chapter for allowing us to use your space today. The first item we have on the agenda is a informational presentation from Ron Singh about the Independence Air Park, both currently and the history of it. So, Roland,
There's Ron.
here you are.
Good morning. Rich, would you dim the center light, please? Okay, good morning. My name is Ron Singh and welcome to Independence, the Independence Airport and the Independence Airport. And so I'm going to take you through a presentation that I'll move very fast to get through in 20 minutes. But after your meeting is completely over, we'll have a tour of this building by EAA, and then also a tour of one of our taxiways so you can see what we do and so on, if the weather cooperates. So we'll just see, we'll play it by ear. So, let's see. Oh.
Plug and unplug. Hey, Ron, there better be a picture of your hangar in your house.
Can you try it again?
Is there?
If, actually, there may be one. Okay, so, no, Kenji, this is not from a drone. I can't manage you. But, that's the Independence Airport you see in the foreground. And I just thought I'd put together a little video to just show you the proximity. I don't know how many of you are familiar with Independence itself,
Oh, yeah.
but we're sort of on the north end. And I'm going to take you through a little bit of history of the airport and a little bit of history of Air Park. And then I'm going to talk about what we are, what we do, and how we really are partners with you. We are both a very integral part of aviation. So some mouse. Okay. Okay, so this is a photo from 1963. And I'm going to start by talking about the airport itself. Okay, so we're on the airport side now. And the airport, there are two theories of how it all came about. One was on August 15th, 1959, when they were bringing in a wagon train again to commemorate the centennial. It came to Independence, and they built a little dirt strip where you see that circle in preparation for the festivities. They were hoping some airplanes would arrive. The story goes, none actually arrived, and then later that year, they plowed the field up and put it back to grass seed. Then in 1961, there was a meeting here in Independence and Monmouth to talk about putting up an airport for both towns. And they moved fast in those days. So in 1962, they had a site selected. A year later, they purchased the land and submitted the plans to the FAA. And then in 1964, they started construction. So these were your predecessors, the board in 1964. And on the left is a photo of the airport being constructed just before this 1964 floods. And the person named Glenn Plymate was the supervisor of airports working for what is now ODAF. And he was instrumental in getting this airport engineered and put in place. The costs, this is a very interesting thing. It cost a total of $59,000 to buy the land, do the engineering, and build the airport. And the airport consisted of a turf or grass landing strip, and it later became a paved strip. But it was dedicated in 1966. So now we are sitting somewhere where it shows the number 4. And this is looking north to the top of the page. And so they bought those 4 pieces. And the Independence Airport was dedicated in 1966. Now, so if you look at the shape of the remaining land, that is now the Independence Air Park. And so the photo on the right of the air park is a modern photo taken from last year. But they basically, it almost looks like it was planned from the very beginning. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just from now on show you imagery, but rotate it a little bit. So those are the two things. The purple is the airport and the yellow orange is the air park. So in 1963, there was nothing here. It was just fields. And then trying to find imagery, I could only find 1994 there, between those 2 years. And so you can see the airport existed, and you can see parts of the air park in being developed. In the year 2000, you can see much more of the air park being developed. 2004 was almost full, and now this is 2003, and we only have a few undeveloped lots in here. When you look at the whole thing, you would think it was all planned. It was all part of one plan for the airport and the air park, but really it wasn't. Little bits and pieces were built, but they kept it consistent. So there are two homeowners associations that run the air park. And so I'm the president of the Independence Air Park Homeowners Association, which is the southerly portion, South Park. And then there's a smaller one to the north, and that's the North Park HOA. The president of that air park is Bruce Patton, Bruce Patton is the person you would be talking to about that piece. So the air park, and the reason I'm presenting all this to you as ODAF is we integrate with you a lot. And so I need everyone to understand that when the air park, even though it was designed bits and pieces, it was designed very differently than most air parks around the country. Most air parks around the country have, let's say, a strip in between with homes all around. This one is laid out where that we can manage and maintain separation between airplanes and other vehicles. So that's an important thing to understand, because when later I'll be talking about an agreement we have with ODAV of getting access to the airport. And so it's important to understand that the red lines that you're seeing here are the taxiways within our air park. And I'll take you on a tour, if the weather is good at the end of the day, of one of the taxiways close by right here. We just wander down and look at some hangars and so on. But it was designed to keep airplanes and cars separate. So when we access your airport, the access is for airplanes only. And so this design concept is really important. So you can see the yellows, the streets, and they're all cul-de-sacs. And the red is where the airplanes go and access the airport. So we have a through the fence agreement with ODAV, and it expires 10 years from now. It had 10-year renewal periods. The next one will expire, and we will be sitting down and working with staff to renegotiate that agreement. But what we have is we have accesses where you see the arrows. So those are all our access points to the airport. And so at those access points, we have signs. We're in the process now of redoing our signs. Like last summer, we rebuilt our pavement for the taxiways. And this summer, we're going to do the signs. And so those are our access points. So who are we at the Independence Airport? It was designed as an aviation community. It was designed for people that wanted to live with their airplanes and have access to an airport. It is not restricted to pilots. We have quite a number of homes here that are not pilots, and everybody is welcome. However, of the pilots that were here, they are from all over the place. If you think about any normal subdivision community, like the ones we lived in before we came here, we only knew a few people that were around us. We didn't know the 200 homes around us. Because we were all, there was no common interest. Here, we have 211 homes or plots, and we almost know everyone. Everyone almost knows everybody because of that common interest. They're all from all over the country because they came here for the air park. And with all different backgrounds, we have, I mean, you can pick a career and we'll probably tell you we have one of those. Of all ages, we have a lot of younger people moving in now. But those that came here for aviation are much more than pilots. So what I consider a pilot is somebody who goes flies a plane. But what we do here is we fly, we design, we build, we maintain, we experiment, we educate, we share, and we're very big on safety. Okay, so that's us. And so I say we are aviators. We're more than what I would normally think of as a pilot. So if you look at those things down here and you wander around our air park any day, you will see people doing all these different things. What we bring to aviation is the synergy here of aviation. So because of that, we do a lot of different things. Of course, this is what I talked about as the mayor said, we add value. Well, we support airport businesses. We are big into youth aviation. Later, Kurt Anderson will do a presentation and he will talk about all of that. But if you ever come out here and see what happens with youth aviation, it's very impressive. We provide leadership. We do things on national forums. We have a lot of expertise here. We speak at conferences. We are involved with all sorts of different things. We're big on safety. We have an airport emergency response team here. A lot of the leadership for the EAA, the Experimental Aviation Association chapter, comes from right over here, all these homes. The EAA has a lot of different members. As a matter of fact, we have somebody that just drove across from the coast to come here, but a lot of the leadership is right here. Let me go back. We also have provided a lot of leadership for the OPA. And then what you learn is experimental aviation is what a lot of us are into. We're using experimental systems. We're doing all sorts of things that would not generally be used in general aviation. But these things that we do, processes, equipment, technology, it basically evolves into products for general aviation. So a lot of what you see in general aviation aircraft nowadays, a lot of it came from experimental aviation. So I mentioned Glider Club. We provide on the youth side. This is just showing a few photos of the Glider Club. And it is primarily helping youth get into aviation.
Thank you so much.
The emergency, was that someone asking something? Okay, so the airport emergency response team is run by air park volunteers because we are here. We are so close to the airport. If anything happens, we see it. Everything that happens in the airport, we see it. And so we can respond immediately for that. And it's a subdivision of CERT. And CERT is the community response team, which is part of FEMA. And we assist the fire department and police. As a matter of fact, I think a lot of this came about from inviting the fire department over to have them learn and understand how to respond to an aircraft that's down. how do you extract somebody from the aircraft? What do you have to watch for? How do you turn the fuel off? Those types of things. So from that, this airport emergency response team was formed. And the previous director had some sort of sponsorship. The trailer was donated by the trailer company just right down on the other side of our airport. And we are equipped to deal with aircraft emergencies. So for example, if there's something wrong, like an airplane comes in and does a ground loop, one landing, the airport emergency response team has ways to close off the runway, alert the FAA, and just advise the planes are in the pattern trying to land, and notify the FAA and issue a notice to airmen. So far, they've used it about half a dozen times, but mostly for ground loop airplanes that land and do a nose up or something like that, or depart the runway, flat tires and all this. So, and we have an annual fly-in. So if any of you have not come to our fly-in, it's coming up in August, and it's a lot of fun. We've added a short takeoff and landing competition on the second day. And so it's something that would be good for anyone to attend, bring kids, etc. So some of the things our air park has provided leadership in is a few years ago, a group of people from all over, actually not just the air park, but a lot of the leadership came from the air park, built 14 little World War I airplanes. And so these are just little scenes of them building the airplanes. If you go to any other airport in the state of Oregon that may have an EAA chapter, and you go there any time during the day, you're not going to find a lot of people. Come here anytime, any day. Walk into this building, you will find people here working and doing things because of the air park that's right next door to us, next door to the airport. Just having that proximity, having that synergy, it makes for a much more active aviation. So I just picked and showed you one, they call themselves the Noon Patrol. And this is another project I picked. I don't know if Arnie's sitting here, but he's the one who built it. And they built this airplane from looking at photographs and looking at plans from 1913. And just looking at all that, they basically built this airplane. And I'm showing you the completion and its first flight. It's actually not the first flight, but it's the first crow's hop. So they get airborne, set it back down, and then go back and adjust. I don't know how many cables are on here to tweak the wings, etc. So, and this airplane is in one of the hangars over here. So if anyone ever is interested, we can show it to you. It actually, in the nose, where you see that gap in the nose, it now has a machine gun on there. And that machine gun was built by, Vince is not here. So another one of our air park, I call him one of the mad scientists.
Machine gun.
Okay, rapid machine. It just makes noise. So that was the second. And then this is my plane that my wife and I built. And so I'm just going to take you through, show you some of the things it takes to build an airplane. And so this was a period of 9 years.
Wow.
Because we were working. And so I could have picked any home here and just said, give me photos of your projects. And and showing you some amazing things. So, but that's the kind of stuff we do here.
Beautiful. Look at how clean it is.
Yeah.
So the last photos were getting the airworthiness certificate from the FAA DAR. And then this was the first flight.
That's cool.
And that's why we enjoy aviation. And so that's my talk. Welcome to the meeting here at the EAA. Kurt will be up next. And then if the weather cooperates, we'll give you a little tour and show you some things.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. So just as a little bit of background, Ron is former ODOT and he was the nerd in ODOT. So he did their drone program and he did a lot of high-tech LiDAR as well. So he did a lot of the groundbreaking stuff at ODOT that you see the results of now. So LiDAR, yeah.
I was wondering how you found all those aerial photos from 1964.
Actually, people used to call my office, my staff, looking for old photos, and I never called them for that. Yeah, I worked for ODOT for 40 years. I was the chief surveyor for the state, and I was the engineering automation manager and the last end unmanned aircraft program manager. So Kurt.
Good morning, Kurt Anderson. I'm president of EAA 292, and welcome to our humble hangar. We are part of the Experimental Aircraft Association as a whole. We are just chapter 292. EAA was founded back in '53. The annual convention started in 1970. And when people talk about, I'm going to Oshkosh, at least around here, they're talking about going to their annual convention. Last year, their AirVenture Oshkosh drew 677,000 people.
Wow.
And according to NPR, 1 out of every 5 registered planes in the country are at Oshkosh at some time during that week.
Wow. You gotta go, Kenji. We have to go. Oh, the board?
It's the world's most expensive homeless camp for 1 week. It is expensive.
1,000 chapters, about 200,000 members. They also have the International Aerobatics Group, the ultralight chapters, the vintage aircraft chapters, and the warbird squadrons. 292. Independence Airport was founded in '64. In '65, this chapter was founded. They weren't here. They were in the mid-Willamette Valley. In 1967, we were official 292 chapter. We had 26 members. According to our secretary, we could probably hit 260 this year. They spread around, they bounced around the valley, and in 1988, they built a hangar up on the Cherokee Taxiway. In 1998, they built this. In 2000, we applied to become a 501c3 charitable organization. Basically, our status is education. We educate pilots. We take youth and teach them about flying. In 2000, as Ron talked about, there was the noon patrol. Took them 3 years, but they completed 12 of the Newports.
14.
14, well, there's only 13 here.
14 one had already been sold.
One was sold already. They didn't, the group that built them did not build their plane. They all built the group of planes, and at the end, they drew straws on whose plane they were getting. So everybody put in their best effort on the planes. This makes them look a little small. They were 7/8 scale. And last month, we had a presentation of the Canadian Air Force, Canadian Pilots Association that took the Newports over to France and flew them in the celebration of the centennial of the Vimy battle. In 2006, our first fly-in coupled with bands. In 2008, we were the first chapter of EAA to have a flight simulator. They didn't look so favorably on that. They thought we were overstepping our bounds. 2017, we did the South Hangar expansion. 2018, we coupled the STOL competition with our fly-in. The STOL competition draws pilots from all over to come and compete here. In 2019, we earned our first gold chapter. That was the first year that they had the chapter awards. And we have gotten them each year after that. And I got an email saying that we have gotten the one for 2023. And in 2020, we topped 200. To be a gold chapter, they list basically 10 requirements, and you get a point for each one, and then there's some extra credits. And the extra credits, we have youth build projects. We have chapter build projects such as the Newports. The current youth build projects, we have 2 going. We have a composite structure plane that's being built by the youth group, and we have a wood structure plane being built. We also have a tool crib. We also run scholarships. That's how we got our gold chapter award. What do we offer members? We have informative meetings. Next month, we have a talk on electric airplanes. In May, we're having a talk by a U-2 pilot. That's not YouTube. That's the spy plane. And we have build spaces that you may get to see later, and a tool room, and our simulator. We have tech counselors. Tech counselors will take a builder under their wing and help them with their project. I attended a meeting here 10 years, 11, 12 years ago. And the speaker was talking about the tech counselors. And he said, oh, before you close any structure, before you rivet the skin down, before you seal it with the fabric, however you're doing it, just have a tech counselor come in and they'll inspect it. And you'll end up with a stack of these inspection sheets so that when it comes time for the DAR to come over and give you your airworthiness, they look at your stack and say, I don't need to look at all that because it's been looked at before. Here's your airworthiness. When I built my RV-12, when my wife and I, she would correct me, when my wife and I built our RV-12, The DAR, designated airworthiness representative, didn't come with a penciled out form. He handed me my airworthiness certificate. It was ready to go in the plane. But he knew my tech counselor. He knew what I had gone through to get to that point. Flight simulators. We have, and you'll see them later, we have three flight simulators that are FAA approved. Everything from a PC based. We have this is our original flight simulator where you actually get into it and you've got the two screens, you have your instruments, and then you have your view out the front. And our newest edition is a full motion Redbird flight simulator. We also run IMC, VMC meetings, instrument and visual type flying. And these talk about scenarios. They bring you through what could happen or what has happened, and then they stop it and say, how would you have gone from there? What decision do you need to make at this point? Youth aviation. Our Young Eagles, we run 2 Young Eagles, June and September, where we bring in the kids, we give them a free flight. We give them way more than a free flight. We have a whole talk about aviation here. We're doing about 150 flights a year for Young Eagles. Teen Aviation Weekend, 55 participants, they're 14 to 19 years old, 2 days. And for both of those days, they're in aviation. Saturday bills, I talked about the composite plane and the wood structure plane. We've got about 10 participants in that. We have Ray Scholarship. Ray Scholarships gives the kids $11,000 toward flight training. And we send 1 teen a year to Oshkosh for Air Academy, where they live and breathe in the dorms. They're all together for a week about aviation. A couple of kids that I had flown in Young Eagles. That was my 12. Teen Aviation Weekend photos. And that's EA 292.
When's the next aviation weekend?
You missed it by a week. Last weekend or weekend before? 2 weeks ago. Young Eagles is coming up the second week of June.
Ooh, okay.
What, David?
We have a teen aviation weekend coming up in October.
Okay, they run those twice a year also. Other questions?
How did you obtain and fund this flight simulators?
Members?
Out of their pockets?
Yes.
No grants or,
No.
no? How much do they cost?
This last one, the PC based, the PC was donated and we had to do some upgrades. It cost us about $1,500.
Wow. Impressive.
And what's nice is they're 501c3 as well.
Nice.
We get donations because of that. And we have a large group. Our fingers go out. I forgot to mention that our 240 members right now, only less than half of them come from the air park. More than half are out in the communities. And so the reach of 292 goes way beyond the air park. I first got here thinking that the air park was 292 and 292 was the air park. And it's not that at all. Other questions? Thank you for coming today.
Great. Thanks, Kurt.
Thank you. Just an observation, I think it's the youth opportunities that you all are invested in. It's certainly, when you look around the room, I would say most of us in this room are of a certain age and realize that we need to keep investing in aviation and that there should be generations that come behind us to take these places as well, whether in manned or unmanned aircraft systems. And so the fact that you all are investing in those youth opportunities is really great to see here. Any other comments from board members or online? And Catherine or anyone?
Question. Is there an opportunity during today to try to get a better understanding from the community of how can our organization help them more? Do we have room for that in our discussion?
I do. I think I'll probably hear some of that probably in the public testimony as well, Jim.
Okay.
Yeah. Nothing from online? Okay. Okay. Catherine?
Yeah, hopefully you guys can hear me. I just wanted to say thank you so much for both of those presentations. I learned a lot. I'm really sad that I'm not there in person today to take the tour, but really great history at this airport and amazing programs that you have going. So thanks very much for sharing.
Thank you. We'll move on, I guess, now to the next section. Are we ready to move on? Okay, thank you. To the public comment section, I would ask everybody who signed up or who wants to participate to limit you have 2 minutes per speaker. Your written comments, if you have them, will also be acknowledged as part of the record. When you come up, each speaker, if you could state your name, your city of residence and affiliation, and written, like I said before, written comments will be part of the overall record. So I don't know if we have a list, Holly, of who has signed up and how many we have. Do we know how many have signed up?
So, we did receive, those who requested in advance by email, or written, we received, ODAP received public comment from Wayne Hughes and Richard Wilson. They provided, an email and, by Wayne Hughes. He may or may not speak. I think he's not friendly. That's today. If he did submit, that's his physical too. And I just want that to be acknowledged. If we have. And then the sign-in sheet here. The sign-in sheet, it doesn't look like anybody signed in for, if you want to sign in, but there may be a new sign. And then I also have, you use the raise hand function or the chat. Let me know if you want to speak online. As well, and follow down the links. We get.
No, there's no more signed up. He thinks he's signed.
I checked yes on the box over there, I thought. Look at the back. There's more than one sheet. About 6,000.
If you'd like to state your name and affiliation.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay, sure. I can start us off. My name is Blake Brown. I'm from Monmouth, Oregon. The whole reason you all are sitting here today is when this whole fence project was going on, we ran into a little snafu, and the gates on the south end of the airport were too narrow for fire access. I headed up that project. I submitted a public comment to the board. Martha Meeker at the time, who was Madam Speaker, made mention that the gates need to work 24/7, 365. As a follow-up to that, Betty Stansberry made the motion that we have a meeting here where you all can get together with us. I am disappointed and disheartened that Tony Beach is not here with us today. He's the airport manager who seems to be the go-between. And I think it would have been in everybody's best interest that he was here to hear how we operate here as an airport, as there's been much oversight in the past as to how things here transpire. To get started, I say the Oregon Department of Aviation claims to value the following: customer service, collaboration, integrity, passion, and healthy relationships. The stated vision is, and I quote, an integrated aviation system which benefits all Oregonians. The disregard for public relations with stakeholders of the Independent State Airport in the past has overlooked all the department's stated values. I greatly appreciate you all being here today. It's a great step forward. As recent as November 30th, the state sent out an email requesting which aircraft were based here on the airport for federal funding. The problem that arises with that is that we're currently plagued by several critical issues that have yet to be addressed. And there's never been a conversation with people who immediately use the airport to see what our needs are. For example, on the south end right now, the first gate that went in before the fencing project was started is not wide enough for vehicles to safely make the turn unless you're driving a smart car. It's impossible. So now we have vehicles driving down unpaved, like unimproved, non-paved gravel roadways, going out to the aircraft movement areas where aircraft do their run-ups and to get back to aircraft hangars, which creates a safety hazard for aircraft owners. Another point that I wanted to bring up, which to me is a little more of a safety concern and is noted in the master plan, section 2.4.2, is in regards to our runways 16 and 34. And it states in the master plan that runway 34 has a documented 140-foot displaced threshold. However, during a pavement marking project, the displaced threshold was painted yellow, therein creating a segment of the taxiway that is aligned with the runway and effectively reducing the length of the runway to 3,002 feet. This aligned taxiway or displaced threshold issue will need to be corrected to meet FAA design standards. As a student pilot and a private pilot myself, I've had numerous conversations with local flight instructors that are confused as to what they should teach future pilots for where they should do short field landings and takeoffs from, as the markings on our runway at the Independence State Airport do not meet anything in any of the FAA issued publications for student pilots and private pilots. So those are some big issues that I think need to be addressed by the state and the Oregon Department of Aviation. And I appreciate you all being here today. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll let Kenji and the staff work and respond to the comments. I will just say, I know that on Tony and a lot of other staff, there's an FAA regional conference that's also occurring this week simultaneously in the Seattle area. So I don't know, but I believe that's where probably some of your staff, and I know a lot of our other airports have them there meeting with the FAA this week.
Yeah, unfortunately, Tony before we even had the schedule put out for the board meetings, he's down at Baby Slips down in Texas, and this was planned a couple of years ago. So it's a family thing that's been going on. So he extends his apologies for not being able to make it.
Thank you for those. Any other comments? Yes, sir.
I signed the signage. I don't know.
Feel free. Go ahead.
My name is Lance Peters, and I reside at 330 Good Drive in Pacific City. About 2 months ago, I had a wonderful idea, I thought, which was taking a 3/4 replica of a P-38, which I purchased in Los Angeles, brought up in 3 trips down back. I'm 83 years old, and a fair amount of effort, thinking that if I would take that and put it on an open lot, which is an absolute disaster area in downtown Pacific City, it's a garbage dump. It has tires, it has buckets of paint, it has plastic and all kinds of debris on it. And so I thought, well, this is absolutely perfect. This thing could sit on top of a building, which is just large enough to protect the airplane itself. It would set up, bring attention to the airport. It's like selling motherhood and apple pie, except after going through the county requirements and ordinances and finding out that, oh, the proposal absolutely perfectly matches. But they said, oh, by the way, that property has a history of problems, and you should probably go to the Department of Aviation and see what their opinion is. Well, their opinion is instead of 100 feet from the center line, they now claim 125 feet from the center line, which basically takes about 85% of that lot and makes it unusable. Not only that, it also includes the whole strip of commercial properties, most of whom have no knowledge of the illegal taking of the Department of Aviation in the use of their commercial properties. So I call the Department of Aviation and I talk to Mr. Branton Pike, which is like talking to a wall, and basically ask him, how in the world did the Department of Aviation amazingly, magically accumulate a 25-foot strip, the full length of the runway on the east side? Well, the answer is he doesn't know. And it's my job to try to determine how in the world they all of a sudden purchased that. To me, that's a taking without compensation. There is a process that a government agency can go through to do that. It's called eminent domain. It's done through the legal system. Otherwise, it's a taking without compensation. So now I'm in a position, I have contacted, clear up to Mr. Sugihara. No reply. Absolutely no reply. I asked 10 days ago to be put on the agenda of this meeting. No reply. I'm obviously not included. I get 2 minutes now to present something. So obviously I've been through this rodeo before. I did prepare a handout for all the members telling this story. But I am so disappointed that this organization cannot, number one, give some kind of a background for their taking of properties. I'm in a position to go back to my community and convince easily 99% of the commercial property owners that they have an illegal taking of the value of their individual properties. Amazing. What I am doing now is making the airport the enemy. The airport that I am trying to support and promote. And a part of that is to be a part of a section of it was to be the history of the airport itself, the history of the airplane. In my 900 square foot building, I'm able countywide to build 1,200 square feet, but no, to stay out of the primary protection zone. I'll move it clear up to the very tiny corner, but that's not good enough for them. And I'm told I had no appeal rights. Of course I have appeal rights. Anyway, that's probably more than 2 minutes. To say I'm irritated is an understatement.
Thank you for your comments. We will definitely look through this. Just trying to orient ourselves, I think, to looking at some of the maps. I don't know if Todd has any comment or.
Staff does have a comment. We actually responded. Both Tony and Brenda did reply with the airspace analysis. It's in an area that really is incompatible. It's a great idea. We'd love for you to be able to do it. We thought it was brilliant, but unfortunately, because of the FAA regulations approaches, it just can't go there. So there's just limitations on that, and it's a safety issue.
But those approaches are determined with a pin on a Google map. Absolutely no basis whatsoever. The county requested of the Department of Aviation to have a joint meeting to go through the hearing process after you threatened to close the airport because the county approved a building on the same property. And that was your answer. Well, we'll close the airport. It's like the kid with the basketball. It says, if you don't let me win, I'll take my basketball back home.
Well, unfortunately, there's been a lot of encroachment at that airport, and a lot of pilots here can attest to that. The buildings are coming in, creeping in, which does create a safety issue. So it's been an ongoing issue. And from ODOT's perspective, we fully support the airport and we want to keep it open. And there's no intention at all to close.
Oh. The property owner would allow you to take 25-foot strip, east-west strip, off of their property and say, oh, okay, now a government agency has control of your property.
Land use issues and airport overlay zones. And it's a great conversation to have with Brandon because he's the expert on it. I mean, if it helps out to have that conversation with the county, we'd be happy to initiate those conversations as well. So.
You've been invited to go through the hearing process, but I have the letter. You decided that you wouldn't participate. Possibly because of time and funding restraints, but I don't care. It's a public process that you have to go through for a taking.
Well, as far as we understand, we provided you with the answers, which unfortunately are not the ones that you would like to hear. That happens sometimes. We can't say yes to everything, but at the same time, we gave you a very reasoned and rational reason If there's alternatives, we're definitely open to exploring them. But at this point, I think it's reached a place where we'll have to have this conversation outside this board meeting.
I didn't expect to reply today because that's why I wrote you the letter and asked for the meeting. And it's the head of the county planning department advised that she wanted to be a part of that. So we did. I worked for boards. I never wanted an issue to come before my board. I wanted to solve them before and without the board action. But I needed to have a policy that I could back up and present to people. The county is now in a position where they cannot state to an applicant anywhere in that area whether or not they can build or not build. This is zoning problems. And you're in control without having justification or jurisdiction as far as I'm concerned.
It's fully within our jurisdiction. I mean,
No, you earned that with a hearing process. There was no hearing process for the additional 25 feet. I've asked for that and I've been denied and told that, well, maybe I can ask for what it's called freedom of information process at my cost to research your ability to do that. No, you do not have that authority.
okay, could you point, we can have this discussion later.
It's a map. You're still in the United States. You do not have that authority.
I appreciate your comments at this point.
Yeah.
We can discuss this at a further.
Mr. Henderson, I think what we can ask the staff to do is actually meet with you and review these and do that as you've requested. Having a little bit of background on this in myself and looking at some of these maps, it's unfortunate that the FAA, well, it's not unfortunate. The FAA set standards for both the run pilots here probably are very, all of us who are pilots are familiar with this. The FAA set standards for runway safety areas, approach zones, and object-free areas around runways and taxiways to keep them both the public at a safe distance and aircraft at a safe distance from the public as well. It appears from some of these maps that over time and over the history of the Pacific City Airport, encroachment either has happened into those inadvertently by the city or the county's allowance, or the FAA has changed their standards on the size and applicability of those approach zones and or those zones around it. Sometimes those facilities that are in there, you can't do about, but when you ask to make an improvement or do something else that already is in violation of those approach zones, I think it sounds like to be adding more to that violation that is already there of that approach zone or that object-free zone is not something that I don't think, and this is what I'll certainly ask the state and ask the staff to become involved in. It's generally not something that the board, or excuse me, not that an agency will be in favor of adding additional violations to that already. And it's not so much as a taking, is that there's already that violation there, but to add to the problem already is not something that I think what Kenji and what the staff is probably trying to tell you is not something that they can support it going forward, to add more violation to something that's already occurring. It's not so much taking it away because that building is already there, but to make an improvement to it or to do something else in addition that makes that situation worse is not something that an agency generally
It's taking out of that zone and reducing the size and meeting the county requirements, which are written, is what I am proposing. If you've flown into the Pacific City Airport lately, you know what the obstruction is.
There's plenty of them.
I mean, excuse me, the one that is 3 feet from the edge of the runway
There are plenty.
is the obstruction on the north end.
Right.
You know, you allow that. But something, 120 feet away from the edge of the property.
3 feet or 120 or anything inside those zones, generally adding to them or making it worse is not something that an agency will approve or want to go towards or will want to support. I will ask Kenji and the staff to meet with you about this. And certainly, I think as a board, we would ask that the staff participate in this to get a resolution or to get better information. I don't know that there can be a resolution that is sufficient based on the fact that if there's already an encroachment upon an object-free area surrounding a runway or a taxiway, generally, that's not going to be something that is being supported to make the encroachment in a worse situation. Shut up. So I'd recommend that the staff engage on this issue.
Cited, I really checked it out, so I just wanna make sure. Check it out. Yeah, just so I really, I want to make sure we got everything. Sir, I think we're gonna.
I checked. Top of the second page.
So I, yeah,
Before we move on, Mr. Henderson. Actually, as a board member, we are deeply concerned when our citizens are dissatisfied with the action. If what we're proposing today is for you to get staff, is staff going to be satisfactory for you at this point?
Well, yes, because without your direction, I was unable to meet with their staff, other than Mr. Pike.
Okay. But it's obvious to me that you're upset and that you feel that you have not been treated fairly. And I think this is an opportunity for both parties to come back together and try to find a solution. So I just want to make sure that's okay with you.
Yeah, and remember, this is an operational piece, it's not a policy. Well, it's still, and I appreciate you coming out and speaking with us. I mean, taking time out of your schedule to relay your concerns. So I do sincerely appreciate it. I just want to make sure that the board is aware this is an operational piece rather than a policy piece. So I just want to be very clear on that. So, but yeah, we're definitely be willing to speak. Okay.
Was there someone else, Holly?
It's nice. I just get a turmeric and a light brown, check, yes. So, okay.
To Richard Wilson.
Richard Wilson, you can go ahead.
You go up here.
Sure.
Good morning. As you heard, I'm Richard Wilson. I'm an EA 292 chapter member. Lifetime, by the way. I have been asked to head a hangar expansion project for the club. As you know, if you heard, our membership has grown over the years. And so we're looking to expand our footprint here. I've shared this with Tony and some others at ODA. So I think that's, it's not a surprise that we've been doing some work in the background. One of the questions that came out of this was we were looking at expanding the footprint, adding meeting room space, construction space. And one of the new topics that kind of popped up was a space for what's called a pilot lounge. And we kind of bantered around the concept that we don't have any place here for pilots who just drop in and maybe need to use a restroom or want to get a glass of water or a cup of coffee or something like that. And so I wanted to ask the ODA if they have considered or would consider participating in some way to help us kind of promote airplane safety and pilot safety and accommodate some provision for them to use the facilities here. And I did see an email that included, it says something to the effect of we'd like comments on the following subjects. And one of them was the pilot lounge, surprisingly. And so I guess we're not alone in thinking about facilities here for others outside of the airport. So that's all I've got.
A quick second.
So
The airport is listed as selling 100 low lead. Is there not a licensed FBO here?
there is, and they all close at certain times.
They do have a restroom.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're asking not for restroom. You have restrooms. It's just not open 7x20.
Yeah, so what I'm looking at is just something that would be available, like when we fly off to other airports, such as Cottage Grove, I guess it's got a new facility down there. It's someplace that you can, if you're outside of the bounds of the FBOs being open,
there's no place to go to. I mean, what are you going to do? So what I'm looking at is in our plan, can we consider some sort of support from ODA to include a pilot lounge in that under the facility that we're considering? And that's,
I think that's.
That puts the exclamation.
oh, that's all I've got.
Appreciate the comment, and we'll certainly ask staff to work through that with you. Thank you.
But I think Tony submitted some comment on that as well that the board should have.
Okay, yes, we saw that. Any other?
I don't know if Boss says they're going to. Yes, we do. Oh, Bob, does we speak?
Yeah. No, I did not want to.
Okay.
They're in writing. Oh, thank you.
Great.
I'm Ken Hardwick. I'm a 50-plus year pilot. Lived on Independence Air Park for 24 years. Member of the EAA 292. And also the chairman of what we call the ISAS group. You can see at the top of the handout there that we have a group of stakeholders at the Independence Air Park there. There's 6 groups. There's the airport businesses, the hangar lessees, but you realize that lessees here do not own the property. The state owns the property and we lease the property for our own, we own the hangars. I'm also a hangar owner. We also have the EA Chapter 292 in the group. We have the Polk County Pilots Association. We have the 2 air parks, the North Park, we call it the South Park, which is the IHOP. So each one of those groups has 2 members on the, called the ISAS, the Independent State Airport Support Group. We make the decisions for kind of everybody, so we're all speaking the same language. And I'm the president of that group. And we've had a telephone survey the last couple of weeks, the last week, about what the ODA could do to help improve the airport. They had come up with a couple of the biggest ideas here, and you can see on here, replacement of the PAPI lights out here. That conversation started with Betty Stansberry a few years ago, but with the COVID and her retirement, it kind of got dropped. It says replacement of the PAPI lights, and under her study of them, they're not possible to be fixed. They're too old or whatever to be fixed, so the PAPI lights need to be replaced. They've been down for several years, and people kind of finally started thinking about it a little more, realizing in December we had fatalities out here. Don't know if the lights would have helped, but it's possible. And people would like to see those PAPI lights finally replaced, upgraded, whatever needs to be done. A lot of student pilots fly out of 7S5 here, so it'd be a little helpful for them too to learn how to use the PAPI lights in low conditions. So that's one of the biggest things on the agenda for I'd like to bring up is replacement of the lights. The next thing on the list there was the construction of restrooms and a pilot's lounge here in the airport. There is nothing here for public facilities for restroom. If you needed to use a restroom here, you have to go to a private facility during hours. It's going to be closed after hours. And it's just, Independence is not this little country airport anymore. There's a lot of people fly in and out of here on the weekends. It's just packed. And the biggest complaint about the restrooms here was from the private businesses that they do not have any place. People just storm in there to use their bathrooms, and it's just finally something needs to be done here. Even some comments that even Cascade Locks, which doesn't have anything on it, has restrooms from the state. So it's just kind of, we're a little behind the times here. So If anything happens today, you'll at least know a little bit more about Independence, probably more than most people would ever know about the airport here today. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, we'll have the staff look at both of that. I know that approach lighting, the FAA is, just as a pilot myself and as an airport manager, the FAA has gotten away a lot from paying for those things. And it's now pretty much become the responsibility of individual airports to install visual landing systems, at least to qualify. So I don't know, we'll leave that with the state to talk about from a funding and planning priority for that. But I know that that has become an issue as that's been pushed more from the FAA on the individual airport sponsors and owners to take financial responsibility for what used to be equipment that they would provide. So it's become a greater burden on all of us to do that as well. So I don't know if there's any comments or anything else. Anything else from anyone? Yes, sir.
Rich Harrison, resident of the Air Park. I'm also a business owner on Independence Airport. I have a row of T hangars that I rent out. Wondering if there's any schedule for pavement refurbishment. The one taxiway that runs on the south side of my T hangars is probably the worst section of pavement on the airport. And was curious if there was any plans for that refurbishment.
Yeah, 2025 construction, pavement surface rehab, ODAF, taxiways, taxi lanes and apron. That was from Tony.
2045.
Yeah, that's what he mentioned. So.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right. Anyone else? Yes, sir.
I did not check the speak, but I'd like to take a minute if I could.
Yes, we have time.
Guys, like short, I'm a local flight instructor and I'd kind of like to reiterate what's been brought up about the restroom situation here. We have 100 hangars that are on state land, that are leased by state land. And they pay state rental and taxes to the county. They're split 50-50 pretty much on each end of the airport. And I get around to those hangars quite a bit because being a flight instructor, people call me to get some additional training or flight reviews or whatever. And the restroom situation is really poor here. Those hangars do not have water or sewer. So there's not restrooms down on those ends, either end. And we can't use the restaurant has a restroom, but she has a sign up for customers only, which, rightly so. The FBO does not let you come in and use the restroom unless you buy fuel. Even then, sometimes it's hard. We have one other sort of public restroom that's outside the gate. When people fly in, there's no restroom. So I would like to reiterate how important that is. We have people going to the bathroom around the hangars and stuff on the end. It's a health risk, and it's, this airport makes revenue from over 100 hangars and 200 lots in there pay runway access every year. I understand it's one of the few airports that actually operates in the black within the state. And I think that's maybe could give us a little priority on some restrooms here. I think the pilot lounge restroom is an awesome thing. And I would again, Cottage Grove, I think was brought up by Rick there. Cottage Grove has an excellent example of a 20 by 30 building that was put up by donations. And if the state would support that, I think that might be a great thing. I think we have a small piece of property over here by the restaurant where it would fit. So I'd just like you guys to really consider that situation. The other thing is the PAPIs. I am a flight instructor, and it would be nice to have the PAPIs working. I understand that you guys would have to pay for that, but there again, this airport does make a little bit of money. I noticed in the airport funding that came out here this year, the percentages, I think we got 2% of airport funding. We have rough taxiways. We have access to the taxiways that are muddy and gravel, that are potholed, and that kind of stuff. So just like you to think about that just a little bit. Thank you very much for letting me speak. I appreciate being here today.
Anything online, you need a chat, so type in the chat if you'd like to make a public testimony, or raise your hand, raise hand of motion. The address.
Seeing as no one else, I would just close the public comment by saying thank you all for attending and taking the time to do this. I think we as a board have heard a lot. Certainly the importance of restrooms and or a pilot's lounge or some other type of public facility here, certainly based on the volume. I think staff has heard loud and clear, and we'll follow up and continue to work with the ODAV team to make sure that those issues are addressed. And we will make sure that the issue of Pacific City is addressed and certainly addressed and talked about. Okay, moving on from the public comment section. Oh, yes.
Can I make one quick wrap up thing? Sure. 10 seconds.
Yeah.
I think the most important takeaway that I have being an active member in the community, and I'll say this on behalf of my peers, we all look forward to open collaboration with ODAV instead of ODAV making a plan and just pressing through without asking the stakeholders what they want or need. So maybe moving forward, if we look to a paving project in 2025, it'd be very helpful to ask the people who actually use the airport what our needs are and what would make it easier for access for us, instead of just moving forward with a plan without consulting anybody, because data drives action, but there's been no data collection in the past for any ODAV funded project at this airport.
Thank you. That's a good point. I will also just say, speaking on behalf of the board chair, and I don't know if Catherine's still with us, your ODAV director was a recent hire within the last year. We were on the selection committee for that. And service to the community and to the pilot community and to aviation in general was a big consideration for those of us on the selection committee and our recommendation to the governor's office for selection of Kenji. I know that's important to him. And so I'm hoping that you will see over time a change in an emphasis on that for engagement and that discussion and that collaboration, because that was one of our considerations in the hiring, and also some new staff that's been hired at the department as well. So I'm hopeful that you'll see some of that coming forward as well. And I don't know if Catherine's still on, if she wants to say anything.
Yeah.
She and I were
Thanks.
involved.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Steve. Well said. I would just add that, some patience is probably warranted here because it will take some time to address issues that come to our attention. But I think that is the full intention, is to make sure that we're meeting the needs of our aviation communities all across the state.
Thank you. And thank you to everybody who took the time to come here to talk to us and share those concerns. Or, a lot of times it was great to hear what goes right, because sometimes you only hear the things that need improvement. And it was great to hear what goes right here at this airport. So thank you all for taking the time, especially to come out and do that. The next item on the agenda is just to mention that item number 7, the Government Ethics Commission presentation from Charlie Esparza will be moved to 1:30 to 2:30. And so I will now turn this over to Kenji for the director's update from ODAV.
Cool. Sounds great. Let me just grab the right window. There we go.
I don't have your.
Oh, no worries. Okay, cool. So first off, my apologies for wearing this mask. I've been coughing like crazy for the past week, and I don't want to get anybody sick. Of course, with the kids back in school after spring break, the viruses have been spreading like crazy. I want to say Independence is still one of my favorite places to airports around. I remember all the planes coming in for the Eclipse fly-in, and I was on top of City Hall watching the planes come in. It was just phenomenal. The other piece that I want to mention too is I'm really impressed with the EA and the educational piece that's been going on. So I just want to give you kudos for that. And I'll address that later in my presentation. But first off, let's see. Quick updates. The US DOT SMART grant that we applied for, we were unsuccessful in it. And just for background, what it was, we applied to the federal government for a grant to potentially electrify flight schools. The first one, it would have been at Hillsborough. Unfortunately, we didn't get that. Pennsylvania did receive a SMART grant, and we'll be talking to our counterparts there, and we'll also try to find out why we didn't get ours as well. So one of the things that I talked about last time I was here was our strategic planning. When we originally put out our request for proposal, the budgets that they came back with were like $300,000. We're like, no, that does not work. We can't take away money from our airports to do something that large of a scale. So we talked to some folks, and we found, thanks to you, Steve, for that introduction, that is going to be much less in the amount of money that it costs. And the RFP will be going out on Friday to do that. So that's going well as well. Airport visits. Like folks know, last year I visited over 50 airports in the state. I've now visited close to 60, and I visited Albany, Cascade Lock, well, recently Cascade Locks again. I got to visit Corvallis Airport, which if you haven't been to, that's a fantastic airport to visit. I was by the Dalles, Glasgow Airport, all within the last month or two. So meetings, we had a presentation that we made to the Association of Oregon Planners. When you think about aviation, a lot of people don't realize land use planning is a big portion of it, right? And it's like a lot of land use planners, they're geeks about land use. They don't get it. They don't understand aviation. So we reached out to them and said, hey, let's have this conversation so we can start talking about how aviation should be part of land use planning. Unless it's a community like yours, right? Don't put communities like residential communities around airports. It's just a bad idea unless they're aviators, because aviators love planes. A lot of folks don't get it. And if you put housing around airports, people start complaining about the airport even though they knew when they were moving in. So it's part of the education piece, really teaching folks outside the aviation community about aviation and how it interacts with land use. And especially coming in with the new forms of aviation as well, how that's going to be part of the land use planning process. So that's really important. We also had the National Association of State Aviation Officials Spring Legislative Conference. And with Steve, we also met with a company called Beta, which is a company out of the Northeast that deals with electric fixed wing aircraft, which is a really, really interesting sort of new form of aviation. Administrator Whitaker from the FAA said that's one of the first things that's going to probably fly on the electric side is that fixed wing rather than the eVTOLs, electrical vertical takeoff and landing. This one is a video courtesy of Steve Nagy. I'm taking off from the front of the White House lawn. We had a talk about flight simulators, the Redbird that you had here. This was like a supersized flight simulator that Beta had put together. And the folks at Beta said I was the smoothest flyer out of all the folks, including Part 61 pilots. So I was like, yes. So this is just a very short video. It's only like 20 seconds long, so it's not too much. And then I also want to mention, we do have fun at the agency, right? You think of us, bureaucrats, right? State government, we're kind of boring. So, but on the way out to Eastern Oregon for the visits out there, I bought staff ice cream. And I made sure Alex to get, if you haven't been to the I think it's the Gorge Winds or whatever, those ice creams, you can get like ice creams up to 2 feet. I just made sure to get Alex the medium. So that was kind of fun. Oak Ridge has been a priority airport for us. It's a non-NIPIAS airport, so it does not receive any federal funds. It's been in danger of being closed, and it's a very important fire base. We've heard about fires in the Cascades being a problem every single year. Smoke has impacted us here in the Valley. We know it's an issue. So there's a grant that we're going for folks who don't know. It's an economic development agency grant through the federal government Department of Commerce. And we originally were going to get that application in earlier. We had to delay just a little bit because we're making slight suggestions to the application because of the feedback that we received from the EDA. So we might need to go back to the legislature for reapproval for the grant application, but we'll see what happens. In terms of customer service and reaching out and getting information out to all of you, I've said this at most of my meetings, our website sucks. Sorry, but it's a horrible, it's very bad. So internally, we've been talking about how to improve the customer experience through our website. So we're going through a website redevelopment process. So information is easier to find for all of you. And also, in terms of communications, you'll start to see social media. The social media is being used as more of a communications tool. Holly's been doing a great job on that. If you have pictures from Independence or EA, send them to us. We want to show off your educational programs. We want to show off your planes. We want to show off the airport. Take pictures, send it to us. We'll post them. So just, yeah, we're very excited about that. Ron, take pictures of your hangar. I still have not found a hangar that's cleaner than yours, although Hoodtech Aero has come very close. And then using new technologies, we're looking at AI. Everybody's like, yeah, AI, generative stuff. To make things easier and accessible for the community, there's documents that you're looking for. We want to be able to deploy that so the searches actually find what you're looking for. One of the important things for me in the agency is really the economic development side. Coming from private industry, I understand what it's like to operate a business, right? You need to make money. You need to. It's all about return on investment, right? Everybody here pays into the system, right? Where's the return on investment? I get that. So that's been my perspective. But one of the things that we want as an agency need to do is to encourage economic development throughout the state. The other week, I had an opportunity to visit the Umatilla Army Depot. If you've gone down I-84 and seen all those little huts in the background, that's where they decommissioned a lot of the chemical weapons. I was able to get a tour. That area is going to become a very important economic development piece for Eastern Oregon. So I got a tour of that. They actually have an airstrip out there. If you ever flown over it, you can see it from the air. It's overgrown. It's kind of built really weird and you'd be a nut to fly into there. But if you remove all the brush and stuff, it's going to be a neat little airstrip. So we talked to the folks there and we don't know what happened, but there's potential there as well. Talking more about Central Oregon and especially around the Gorge, we had a chance to meet with the Gorge Tech Alliance and the Mid-Columbia Economic Development District. And why that's important is there's companies that you might have heard of, Institute, that's a Boeing company. I know they're not associated with the bigger Boeing company and the issues with doors popping off and all that stuff, but they're a great company. Sage Tech, Columbia Gorge Community College, Sierra Nevada Corporation, not associated with the beer. They're very made sure that I was very aware of that it was associated with Valancy, which is another company, as well as the Readiness Center out there. Now, this one, all of you will be very interested in because as we spoke earlier, one of the important things is getting the kids interested about education, and you have a very, very, very important role to play. In the last month or so, I met with Michael Church from the Aviation Workforce and Education Division of the FAA, had a great conversation with them. Met with Paul Keaty with the Oklahoma Aerospace and Aeronautics Department. If you have not heard of Oklahoma's program, they started with 40 kids, okay? Now they have over 4,000 kids in aviation-related education programs. Their model, I want to see that happen here. I met with CTEC. A lot of folks here are familiar with that, out of Salem, along with OACE out of Hillsborough. We had a fantastic opportunity when we had a board meeting up there to speak with them. And one of the things that we're doing is the brainstorming that we did was we're going to have an education symposium, or going to try to have one in 2025, 2024 Hillsborough Air Show, we're going to try to get together and just have a small group, come talk and start figuring out how to connect all the dots in the state in terms of education. I just heard about EAA. I want EAA involved in that because there's such a strong proponent of education, along with the existing programs in the state, because there's a lot out there, right, that we don't know about. So as we gain awareness, just connecting all those dots. The biggest issue with the education side is funding, right? Funding's always an issue. Where do you get the money? Well, Michael from the FAA said, I asked him the question, can we use fuel taxes for education? He actually researched the FAA and they said, no, you can't, unless it's on airport, like a hangar space sort of deal. Then you can use it, but outside of that, you can't. Talking with Oklahoma, what they said was they get money from the general fund, from their legislature, because they saw the value in aviation education. And one of the most influential pieces that the folks from Paula said was having a dedicated person at the agency to do outreach to all the communities, all the superintendents, who's a domain expert on education and aviation, to talk to them, superintendents, and to handhold them throughout the entire process of getting education into the curriculum. So I think next step, we're going to need all your help. Once we have this meeting at this year's Hillsborough Air Show, really start talking about how we can engage with legislators, how all you can get involved in that conversation as well, because there's nothing more compelling than people with existing programs who can see how kids love aviation. And even if they don't get into aviation, they can have potential careers in engineering. It prepares them for aerospace as well. Think about NASA's potential career paths as well. So that's some of the conversations that's going on with the aviation economic development and education side. Now, funding. We're like a plane flying with one engine, right? We have a lot of great ideas. I mean, the PAPPYs, we have other projects around the state as well that are very, very deserving of funding, that are important for safety. But when we don't have the money, that's a problem. Like I mentioned, aviation fuel taxes can't pay for education. We have not seen an increase in our rate on some of the taxes since 2000. That's 24 years. You think about all the inflation that's going on. So we're an agency that's running on fumes. For the upcoming, for the future at least, we really need to put everything on the table and figure out how we can get revenue into the agency to help pay for projects that are important to you. Right? When you have a small bucket, you really have to prioritize. But if you expand that bucket, it makes it easier. Now, GA folks, your rate's pretty decent. You took it upon yourself to raise the gas fuel tax, but we have to start thinking outside the box. So we're engaging in those conversations. And if you have any ideas, please let us know. We're all ears. So, and then if we happen to be able to raise additional revenue, we're working out on a budget as well on how to use it. Because again, right, you can ask for all the money you want, but unless you have a plan on how to spend it, people can be, why are we giving you this money, right? You have to justify it and have a plan and tell people to be able to say, this is the story that we have on why we're asking for it.
Old booths on the taxiways.
Old booths on the taxi. No, I didn't say that. That was Bill, by the way. You know, actually, as you fly through, you toss the coins in the basket like the old toll booths on the New Jersey Turnpike. I'd love to take public comment, but yeah, I saw. We can chat afterwards.
Just a question about the fuel taxes.
Yes, sir.
So commercial aviation, like the jets coming in and out of Port Huron, Do they pay a different rate than we do as pilots?
Yes.
And is that something that the board can increase or decrease for Oregon?
That's legislative. That's legislature. So there's a lot of conversations about everything. So yeah, rest assured, we're all talking about everything. So appreciate it. All right. I know you guys wanted Tony here. He feels really bad. No, I swear he does. But this had been long time in planning, and he really does apologize. He called me and said, let the folks know here, he really wants to be here because he's the most knowledgeable about what's going on here. And he's been trying to improve relationships. And I know there's been ongoing tension sometimes. And I've personally been working with him and said, hey, instead of doing this, let's talk about doing it this way. So there's been a lot of coaching going on. So I want people to be confident that your concerns are being heard. And I know there's some conflict in the past, but he's doing the best job that he can. And unfortunately, he's got limited staff as well. But Tony did want me to share, this is actually a picture from yesterday. That's why it's Texas. And when I said the eclipse, it was legit. Although if you did not hear, it's supposed to be cloudy. So next time you see how's your trip to Texas, how's the eclipse? So make sure you do that. But in terms of independence, there's the 2026 environmental assessment, the runway rehab and safety improvements, which includes runway maintenance, shift, and PAPI replacement. Because remember, things in the government don't move very fast. Like I said, I came from private sector. I came over to ODAV, and then I look at the FAA and go, why does it take so long? It's bureaucracy, unfortunately. But I mentioned the 2025 construction, and it's a great idea. I think it's a great idea that I'll chat with Tony and say, hey, just talk to folks in Independence, find out what the priorities are for the paving and stuff, because it's important, right? Reach out, just have that conversation. And then the 2028 design, runway rehab and safety improvements. Oh, I just mentioned that. And he also said, look at the next line, airfield repainting this spring, summer. If you haven't seen the machine, it's pretty cool. The guys have gotten, the folks at the department have gotten really good at painting. We did some experiments at other airports. So by the time they get to Independence, it'll be amazing. And then he mentioned working with EAA on building expansion. And then he's working with other tenants on hangar developments and lease cleanups. So that's going on. The pilot lounge, I think it's a great idea, right? The one down in Cottage Grove is a neat little place, but there's a process involved. And I'll just chat with Tony and say, hey, can if it comes through donations, can we do something about it, at least to help folks get through the process, right? Because it's a good idea. I've been in situations, driving on the highway, there's no bathrooms around. It's like, what do you do? So I understand the frustration and I understand the emergency needs sometimes. So.
If big porta potties each in the meantime. Yeah, Mike that spoke earlier has one outside his hangar. And 2 hangars out for mine, which is very convenient.
Run! Unless there's that big red dial on it, right?
He's paid for that porta potty by himself in order to have something convenient for his students that are coming over to his hangar.
So Oakridge has 3 hangars and a porta potty. Out of Oak Ridge.
Yeah, by the way,
Hangars and no porta.
By the way, I have favorites. The porta potty in Oak Ridge is my favorite because if you haven't been in there, it's one of the cleanest. So, the one in Cascade Locks that was mentioned, don't go in there. I would not recommend it.
Transit aircraft, people coming in needing a stop conversion, they don't know where these porta potties are. They're nestled in between hangars.
Oh, yeah.
And we have one they have to go through a gate to get out to. The Reed, plantation over here has one, but if they're not paying attention, they get locked out.
Oh, that would be a problem. So, well, that's the Independence update at least. Other airports, the Malina obstruction removal, phase one under easement. Construction for this phase is nearing completion. Appraisals and easement acquisition needed before removing the remaining obstructions. If folks don't understand the process in terms of obstruction removal, especially on property that we don't own, the previous person was from Pacific City was talking about eminent domain and all that stuff. We sort of have to go through that extended process, and it takes a while for obstruction removal, at least, because we don't own the trees. So I want to let you know about that. The Aurora Surface Seal project, the schedule will be shared soon. Construction will occur this summer. We're planning to give 60 days advance notice before closing the runway. I also want to make sure that folks here know that, as an example, we work closely with the Aurora community because when I talk about the airport community, because there was going to be an extended runway closure and the FAA was mandating these certain things happen in terms of the slope. And we're like, wait a second, shouldn't that be part of a larger runway rehab? To grind down everything what we're really trying to do is a minor maintenance. So we've been going back to the FAA and battling for the folks at the airport to reduce that runway closure and make sure that improvement is moved out to a major reconstruction where it's expected, a longer closure is expected. So we're going to bat for folks. We're not out there to be like, we're going to close the runway for 2 months, take it or leave it. We're out there saying, how do we make a difference? Because people running businesses here, right? There's flight schools out of Aurora. A closure will impact them. They'll be losing money. They got to make payroll. Their employees got to eat. So that goes through our thought process as well, because that's super important. On the Aurora side as well, the VPDs, there have been no new VPDs since the last board meeting. Yay, good job to Aurora. They'll give kudos out to them. The RSAT meeting was held March 9th at UAO. And the other thing, there was a piece of litigation against ODAV that was resolved recently as well. I just want to make note of that. We'll probably receive, for board members, we'll receive an update from our legal counsel on that. We'll arrange for one. So just want to let folks know about that. And if you didn't notice, Tony's update, which is he was here, he really does. So, and constructive criticism feedback is always welcome. We're not brick walls, and we're any areas where we can improve. It's good to have that. Ask the hard questions, because unless we are asked the hard questions, we don't have good answers, right? So feel free, throw darts at us, because the more darts we throw at us, the stronger we become as an agency and as a community. And on that note, thank you. Any questions for board members?
Chair Stevens, you have a question or?
I don't have any questions right now.
Oh, Pepper.
That's good information about vehicles and pedestrian deviations going down in Aurora.
Yes.
That means the education outreach is working.
Yeah. If we can chat later.
Good. Thank you, Kenji.
Yeah, thank you.
Next action we have is a financial update and a vote to approve our key performance metrics changes. Kristen.
Okay. On your screen now. Okay, so I'm going to give you an update on 25-27 budget development, and then we're going to do a vote on the KPM change. So as Kenji mentioned, we are working on budget development right now. So right now we're working on ways to increase our revenue. And we're working on forecasting all of our other fund and our federal fund revenues. We don't have general fund, so we don't have that to forecast. We're also putting together all of our project plans. So we meet with the FAA and we put together the 5-year CIP, Capital Improvement Plan. And we put that into our budget. So we look at what of those projects are going to hit during the 25-27 biennium. So that would be starting July 1st of 2025, and that's through June 30th of 2027. And we put together which of those projects are the smaller projects. And for smaller projects, that's going to be anything that's going to be under $1 million for both of the phases. And so those will all go into our general aviation entitlement budget. And any of the larger projects over $1 million will go into the capital construction budget. And when we're looking at those budgets as well, we are making sure we have enough match for all of our projects. So the 10% match comes from aircraft registration. So we have to look at all of our ending balances and all of the programs and make sure everything lines up. And then as you can see, our KPM changes are due coming up this month. And so that's why we're going to do a vote today on a change to one of our key performance measures. And you can kind of see the schedule there. So I showed this to you at the last board meeting. So we've moved about 1/2 inch since I last showed you that.
The pace of government.
Yeah, exactly. But so it's a long process developing the budget, and we're just in the early phases right now where we're gathering all our data and trying to get all of everything lined up. Do you have any questions about the budget development process?
At what point do you meet with governor, staff, and legislative aides about that? What stage is that in prior to starting development or as you're developing?
It's as we're developing, we're meeting with them, and because they have to sign off on everything that we're trying to do, any legislative concepts that we're going to introduce, they have to sign off on all of those and approve of those. And I do have on here budget meeting discussions. So that's the formal meeting that we have with the governor's office and DAS to go over our entire budget before they approve it.
So that's in the August timeframe.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so the next thing we're going to talk about is the KPM change. So we last had a discussion about our KPMs in our strategic planning session in fall. So I presented all of them to you, and we did talk about one of our KPMs that was a little bit problematic. So that's what we're talking about today. And so just as a review, the key performance measures, they're required by statute, and it has to go through the entire legislative process. So if you do vote to change this KPM today, it does have to get legislative approval as well. And legislative fiscal office approval as well. So it goes through a huge process. And so this is a review of how we're looking at the KPM that we're talking about today. So it's number 2, the % of runways meeting or exceeding approach surface standards. So as you can see, we're just always about 61-62% over the last 5 years. And if you looked at over time, it's very similar percentage. And so just a little bit of background. This KPM started when the agency first had to do KPM. So it's been around since 2008. So there's been no change to it. And there's a couple of problems that we have with this key performance measure. So one of them is it's measuring all public use airports in Oregon. And so ODAV does not have control over any of them except for 28 of them. And so it seems a little unreasonable that we're being measured for public use airports that we're not in control of. And the other problem with this KPM is some obstructions are unchangeable, such as mountains or hills. So that's why you're always seeing a lower percentage that we're getting, because we're never going to be able to improve on the KPM if we leave it as it is.
Unless we hire Ron and improve from independence to with some backhoes to move mountains, right?
Exactly. So, and I didn't mention that it measures FAA Part 77.25. So it's measuring the 20-to-1 glide slope ratio, if you didn't know. And so our proposed change, it's a little bit wordy, but we're proposing to say the % of state-owned airports. So we're just going to measure our 28 airports. And we're proposing to put approaches instead of runways, because with runways, it's a little unclear since each runway has 2 approaches. if one's not meeting it, it's a little more clear to do approaches. So you're looking at each approach. Is it meeting it? Yes. Is it not? No.
Each end of the runway.
Yes, exactly. And meeting or in the process of meeting approach surface standards. And so we put that language in there because there's many projects that we're in the process of it and it takes so long with the FAA and removing trees. So we wanted to be able to measure if we're working on removing those obstructions. And then we also wanted to add the language excluding those with permanent obstructions. So we're not measuring the ones with hills or mountains.
As someone who works in the legislature, I'm wondering if it should say permanent terrain-based obstructions,
Oh, okay.
because permanent obstructions can get translated into a whole lot of
Mhm.
these
Yeah.
terrain-based obstructions.
Good suggestion.
Good suggestion.
Yeah, that is a good idea.
Here,
Sarah's got a hand up.
Hey, can I speak now? Sorry, I don't want to step on toes.
Oh, yeah, go ahead, Sarah.
Okay, I would also recommend putting a visual approach because the 20-to-1 is the visual approach slope. Just make that clear that we're not looking at instrument approach slopes unless that is your intent.
Okay. Yes.
If we change the language from, current percent of runways to identifying state-owned airport approaches, does that negatively affect other public use airports that may be applying for grants or want to go for grants to improve the 20-to-1?
Oh, I see what you're saying. I don't think that'll negatively affect them because this measure is just for our agency.
Okay.
So it's just measuring how our agency is doing.
Are we, or actually, is the agency tracking, even though, so right now you're tracking all state or all publicly owned airports.
Mhm.
Will you still track them even though you don't have them as a KPM?
Yes, yes, we
Okay.
will.
We have an
Because
agreement on
that
that.
is, yeah, that's it. Yep, exactly. We do the 50-10
Okay.
inspections at all
That's
the
part of
airports, so that is tracked.
Okay.
So that is why we have the data on it to be able to.
As long as we're still,
Oh, yeah.
so that you can talk to the sponsor of other publicly owned airports and say, your runway approach end is still not in compliance and we expect you to be, as long as you're still tracking that, but you don't have to report it this way.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, we have a contract to do that. So.
Okay.
And did you have anyone else have any other suggestions on the language?
Catherine or Sarah, anybody online?
Can you still hear me? I'm having Teams issues.
I'm sorry, Catherine, I don't think we understood what you said. Could you repeat that?
Yeah, can you hear me okay? I'm having Teams issues as I anticipated.
Oh, yes, we can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, no, I agree with the tweaks to the language on this. And then I think this will definitely make it a more meaningful or accurate KPI to be tracking.
Okay, great.
So would the change be excluding those with permanent terrain obstructions?
Yes, and Sarah's recommendation is on the process of meeting visual approach stand.
Okay.
State-owned airport visual approach or in the process of meeting visual approach. So just adding visuals so that you're clear that it's the 20-to-1.
Yeah, and it's not
34-to-1.
Yep.
Mhm. Okay, that's good. So we'll make those two changes. And then that leads to the vote.
So we have a motion for the board to approve the changes to the key performance metric as presented along with the amendments. Do we have any other conversation or do we have a motion?
I'll make the motion.
You have a motion, a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Hi.
I'll delay there for a second. Anybody opposed? Great. The motion passes for the key change or the changes to the KPM for runway approaches.
So that'll go to the LC then for a bill change, right? Change.
Yeah, so it'll go through the legislative process. So So yeah, I'll put it through the system and then it'll go through with our budget and get the legislative approval. Yeah.
Now that we've approved that, question, do you have, or will you be able to have by the next meeting, what that will look like, how that will change the performance metric, and will, instead of being at 60%, when we're only looking at city airports, but it will now be.
Yep, I can bring that to you.
That'd be fun to look at. That's good. That's good point. Yeah, thank you.
It's the things you can control.
Yeah.
Right, exactly.
So let's see what yeah.
Okay, great. That's all I had. Thank you.
Okay. I think we are at time now for our morning. And we will adjourn now for lunch. Is that correct? We're a little early.
We could, take our lunch now and then come back.
You want to come back at 1 o'clock? Well, do you want to,
The lunch isn't here though.
can we do but Charlie's not here, is he? He's not here till 1:30.
Yes.
He can come earlier, that would be good, because I can do too, so right in the middle.
Well, or we could, we could do the updates, or we could do the tour now. Also, depending on what's available for that, we could do a tour now, come back and do lunch.
Ron, what
in
At 1.
hold on.
lunch will come at 1.
Yeah, Steve, Ron, what are your thoughts on that?
So there's two tours. One is of the DAA facility.
Yeah.
Can you do that, Rich, now? Or? Probably don't have lights in person here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like Sid Burnett over here.
And there's the tour of a taxiway, which I was gonna have someone open the hangars.
Okay.
And they were not expecting it now, so it might not be.
We could do. Steve, what do you want to do on that?
We could do the board up, but that'll take all of the next 10 or 15 minutes to do other business board updates. So we'll still be well ahead of this. So any conversation on what we'd like to do?
I realize the hangars won't be open, but.
Yeah, I feel like
Tour,
I feel like-
it's not raining, so.
Yeah, I do
I'm thinking, this is like the time to take in the wind. I see the flag is dormant. And
Yeah, I feel like this is
There's
a
no
good
rain.
opportunity.
I
with
realize
no
the
rain
hangars
right
aren't
now.
open, but that's okay. Right.
So if you're ready to do this part, that's what, 10 minutes or so?
I got a notice that the water main broke here in Independence and there's boil water. Smell of the water.
Oh,
Yeah, that's why the mayor had to wrap up this morning.
remember,
I was talking to him this morning.
Are you going to do it?
We can do the hangar.
so his
See our
suggestion,
facility here.
we just need to updates, other business,
Rest real quick.
and then summary, and then that way people, after the tours, people don't have to come back for anything.
Was that?
Yeah, anybody here.
Sure, we can do that. You want to do that right now real quickly? Because we can probably do that in the next 5 or 10 minutes.
Okay.
The updates, other business.
Yeah.
And board direction. Is that okay? Sarah and Catherine? And then we could do the board
Steve.
updates. Yes.
I'm gonna need to go head to the airport, so I will try to rejoin later.
Okay, that would be great.
right.
So let's
Thank
do that. Let's do that. Let's do the updates, other business, board direction to staff, and then we'll adjourn for the tour and come back for the lunch. Does that work for everybody? And then we can do the training right after lunch. Perfect. That way everybody can hear it. So does anybody have any updates for everyone, for the board members? Anything going on special in your areas?
Just a brief comment. At our last meeting, I brought up my own personal concerns about my lack of knowledge about the board's role in emergency management and preparedness, and do we have any duties and responsibilities that we should be paying attention to. And I really want to thank staff for jumping on this, providing me an opportunity to express my questions. The answers were awesome, to be honest with you, is that for us as board members, speaking for myself, is that we do not really have any specific responsibilities as a board to interact in the event that there is an emergency, that these issues are really administrated at levels really above our own agency. It doesn't really change my concerns or worries about are we prepared for this? That's really where this is what sparked my curiosity, and it's because I've spent so much time in my port business and working with FEMA and understanding the complexities of emergency management and preparedness. So I do, I really appreciate the comments of the staff, and it does let me know that there is certainly a wall of separation that the board should not get, very involved. It's not our role or responsibility is to meddle into that. I do think that we should continue our conversations and planning efforts and research to come up with strategies that can determine our own airports. And if we just started with the state-owned airports, I think that if we had an inventory of needs and we understood what's missing in the components of being prepared for really severe emergencies, I think that work should, as it is, continue to move forward. My hope is that we can find funding. Once we identify where the shortcomings are and we're really clear about them, we're really clear about how those should be handled. Then I think that we could be in a position as a board from a policy perspective to implement strategies that could prepare our state-owned airports for those that are not. And I'm not even saying that they're not prepared. My intuition is that there's a lot more that if we have the money to do, there's a lot of things that we could do to be prepared. And I'd still like us to continue somehow to focus on that. But in summary, thank you, Kenji, very much for putting that together and giving me that education. I sleep a little bit, but knowing that when it hits the fan, I'm not probably going to get a phone call that says, what are you going to do about these problems?
Yeah, I think that's a good point. Obviously, as a board, our role is to provide direction to the staff and to the agency on their level of priorities. And certainly emergency management and emergency planning is being handled at a staff and across the state level. I think we can all feel very confident about the level of effort that's being agency-wide, agency to agency. It may not be the same, but all of them are engaged, whether you're talking about from a city, county, up to a state and state agencies levels. I think everybody is engaged at some level on that. And so the direct day-to-day concerns about how an emergency, whether it's a wildfire or a natural disaster, is going to be handled is certainly things that key players are working on that. I do agree. You're right. We can help set the priorities. And I think that's what what the legislature tried to direct with that study last year that Betty did by staying on to do, a needs analysis of that. And so there were some things that came out of that that I think could be looked upon favorably as we talk about what should be funded. Are there generators that are needed for airports? Are there other types of certain pieces of pre-planned, pre-positioned equipment that should be thought about and put in place? And that could certainly lead some of the conversation that we have about priorities of funding as you set up your legislative requests for funding, whether it's a generator for this airport or closing crosses for that or those types of things. Yeah.
So I guess kind of dovetail on that and expand on what you were just talking about. There's another state agency, Oregon Department of Human Services, which is responsible for ESF 6. Being a public safety guy, they are actually doing a drill at an airport on the coast next month. And it's a mass sheltering drill. This is the second one that they've done on the coast in preparation for a Cascadia event or also some sort of tsunami event. But
in Tillamook?
No, it'll be down in Newport.
Okay.
But there is a lot of planning that is happening. And on the aviation side, our agency was actually asked to participate in that event where we will be interfacing uncrewed aircraft with crewed aircraft, specifically the Coast Guard and Life Flight. So there is a lot of planning that is happening.
And, just as from the airport side of it as well, I know that the state has had this experience, and Catherine probably too, though I think she's dropped off. We've all had our interviews and our assessments both done by FEMA, DOD, and by the state, some of us by state agency, by state emergency management, as well as they plan the levels of coordinated response that will be occurring and the levels of priorities associated with it. So there's a fair amount that's going on that as a board, we don't need to be, I think, involved in, other than help, maybe, as you're right, set some of the priorities of if ODA is going to start funding requests, what should they be? Should they be in equipment? Should they be in resources? Should they be in personnel? Those types of things.
Yeah.
Any other updates?
For me, one of the first things I asked when I joined this board was how to get the board engaged with the education process of the board and going to things. So announcing that I'll be attending the Exponential Conference with staff coming up here at actually no cost to ODAF. It cost me $22 with my miles to get round trip tickets. I'm headed with my brother's house, so but I'll be going to Exponential. This is a start. I think it's a good thing that we as the board just stay as part of the future and looking at what national and what we're doing here. That's why I'm looking forward to engaging on this process of being out on the road with these guys.
Cool. Jeff, you're going to be there too, right?
I will be there.
Yeah, it's a lot. 2 board members there.
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, again, in hearing what is going on here as far as youth education and development of aviation interest, I think it was great to hear from you, like from Kenji, about how do we coordinate this? Obviously, there are a lot of disparate efforts going on across the state that have popped up, but how do you not trample on those, but also how do you coordinate those and provide resources to them, or provide them information about how and where to get resources, or coordinate kind of a statewide effort? I think that's really the next level of planning associated with this. Is there are programs that have developed, whether it's Eugene, whether it's Salem, whether it's Hillsborough, whether it's Independence, and they've all been organically grown in their community, either through an organization like EAA or other groups that have had just real interest in this in any of these areas. So how do you coordinate that with the state? How do you help get some funding? How do you set some priorities? How do you get it so that we get that next generation of students interested in aviation, in science? They may not follow on, but they may end up, as Kenji said, in aerospace engineering, and they may be in either manned or unmanned aerial systems at some point in the future. But yeah, I see that's a real big priority for us going forward as well.
And the other thing is, if you watched, I'm a huge fan, PBS Nova this week was on AI intelligence, and they had about a 10-minute segment on AI using drone interface to do forest management and forest recovery or forest protection.
Well, and
it was a good segment on.
Yeah, and just the economic potential now of aviation for doing those things, whether you're talking about with crewed aircraft or uncrewed aircraft, is just going to be exploding. And so how do we, as a state, lean into that as well? I mean,
that's Oak Ridge right there.
Yeah, that's Oak Ridge. That's what's going on in Pendleton. That's all these types of things with the ranges as well.
Yeah, it was a good segment.
So to continue your point, it's not only K through 12, right? But it's also the community colleges that we've been talking to as well. So like LCC, PCC, there's a mechanics program that everybody's looking at. So it's connecting everybody, because one of the primary things that came out during Oklahoma was connecting with the airports, right? The folks at the airports, because they're excited. They're pilots. They love talking about planes. So that was an important piece of the entire education conversation. And being able to get the money to actually provide grants to these programs, I think that's the big critical key as well.
So in UAO, we're moving ahead, the planned development of a heliport, 20 some acres for a heliport with man and unmanned is moving forward.
Awesome.
Great.
Good.
Got a little update. Sure. Last week, our agency participated in an event down at the NASA Ames Research Facility Center at Moffett Field. It was very, very enlightening to get to experience that facility, but also participate in their Acero effort, which is the advanced capabilities for emergency response operations. And two of the components that kind of play in this space is universal traffic management. And, you know, the crewed and uncrewed, working not only in the wildland environment, but beyond. And then technology was another one of the tracks of the three components of what Acero is trying to accomplish. So it was really nice to be down there with a lot of federal partners. Some industry was there. And then just a plug for what's happening the 9th of May in Hood River. The Cascade chapter of AUVSI is hosting their conference. We are going to have a pretty interesting speaker there who's going to be talking about swarm technology and AI with a couple different factors. And then I know this is more uncrewed stuff than you know, general aviation, but there's a lot of efforts right now working to try and figure out how to credential and set standards for uncrewed pilots, at least in the public safety sector, and identify all the different steps and programs so that when pilots are flying, they're flying with an aviation knowledge, not just this is how the machine works, which is pretty big for some of us in public safety, because we want to make sure that you know, we're building a trust climate with the crewed counterparts up there, because there are some folks that still think that they're just toys. So,
and by the way, that's one of the things at Oak Ridge too, is the UTM in a box solution, and that's why I'm talking with NASA about the Acero program as well. The other thing I forgot to mention is I'm also asked to be on task group 24-2 with the Aviation Advisory Committee with the use of AI in aviation. So we're starting to have conversations about that. So that'll be pretty interesting.
And I got one more thing, and there is a group working in Southern Oregon, specifically Jackson County, that has formed a task force to bring the Oregon International Guard and a bunch of public safety providers together to focus more on that uncrewed component and how the different agencies, the military department, and the civilian groups can be working together on disasters or large emergencies. So
let us know if we can help out with that effort too, because both of us are so well connected. And
just haven't had time to
I know you're so busy.
Excellent. Sarah, anything? Any update? From
Well, I
across
guess,
across
sorry
the
that I
mountains?
wasn't able to join you all. It's been, I was trying to think the last time I've been to the Independence Airport, and I think it was in 2005. So I think I'm due to revisit the airport. So I apologize that I am missing that. Honestly, you know, one of the things I've done since we met last was going through and reviewing the applications for the Connect Oregon, this most recent round. So it was interesting to see where the aviation applications were. I know we'll be seeing those again in July as a board. So went through that, and just a small piece, Oregon Pilots Association, you guys have all been talking about education. Right now, OPA has their scholarship window open, and so it's for students that are actually in their flight training. I think you already have to soloed to be eligible and some other things. So like EAA, there's a lot of organizations in Oregon that are doing great things to help with the aviation education piece. And so just wanting to promote that a little bit more. That's all I've got for now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't have much. There's as you mentioned, there's an air show at Hillsborough next month. It's one of two that the Oregon International Air Show puts on. It's the smaller of the two events, but it'll still be a good size. So yeah, if you can come up and visit for that. PDX is kicking off its master planning process. That's with our first public advisory committee, and really looking at some of the, we'll complete some of the major terminal improvements here by the end of the year, but this will really look at the airfield and facilities over the next couple of decades and also try and understand how uncrewed air and air mobility technology will fit into the airspace and the physical constraints of a place like that over the next 10, 20 years as well. So yeah, those are the two big things we got going on. Oh. Awesome. Let's see. I feel like, and I'm like, oh yeah, I'm supposed to be the one. I forgot Catherine's not doing this. Any other business for the board or the staff to bring up that wasn't on the agenda? Okay, and then I think summary of board direction to staff. I think we had some really great comments today. I think as a board, we've all weighed in and would like to see some acknowledgement of the Pacific City issues, understanding, looking at this diagram that there already are obstructions in either the RPZ, the runway safety area, or the object-free area. And as an agency, we also realize that it's not the goal to make any of those object penetrations worse than they are. So increasing the square footage or even putting a shelter up for an object like that, which is a wonderful thing for aviation, but not inside of a protected zone. But still, the engagement, I think, with the individuals and with the businesses to have them understand the role of the agency and what they are proposing or what they cannot support. I think that's what we'd love to be able to see. I think that's what we heard. And then just, again, the increased outreach and cooperation here with the air park and the owners and the operations of the airport, especially around Pilot's Lounge and around the restroom, some type of restroom facility, whether it's for right now, porta potties or something like that, that can get some relief here for transient pilots would be great. Anything else I think that we heard today? Anybody else from the board? Those are probably, I'd say, the two big concerns I think that we heard today. Mm-hmm. Awesome. So the next meeting is a board work session on Thursday, May 2nd. It will be informational only. Does that mean it will also be online?
It will be via Teams.
It'll be a Teams meeting on May 2nd.
The annual 2024 schedule, and staff and then board has that copies to at the table. So if there's any changes or additions that you have to the schedule for the year. Thank you.
I don't know questions or comments from me. Anybody else? Sarah, any comments on the future schedule? It looks good. Okay. With that, should we adjourn for now?
Take a break, right?
We'll take a break, excuse me. Yeah, I'm looking at the schedule as if we complete it. Let's take a break and a recess now for a tour and return at lunch. And then we will reconvene at 1:30 for our public meeting law and executive session provisions. Okay, thanks, everyone. Cool.
I think you should be concerned.
Can y'all hear me okay out there? Someone just unmic and yell at me and tell me yes or no, or,
Hey, Charlie, it's Sarah Lucas. How are you?
hey, how's it going?
Pretty good. I think they're all coming back from lunch break. We're rejoining right at 1:30.
Okay, no worries. I'm just looking. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
they're all there in person and you and I are virtual.
Okay, yeah, I'm looking, so I'm in a different, just a heads up. I'll state this again as everybody gets in the room, but I'm in a new kind of training room and it's basically just a big closet and the lighting in here is so weird. So get ready because the lights are probably going to go out on me during this presentation because there's a motion light going on behind the scenes. So yeah, exciting.
Yeah, see you. Thanks.
I remember what I ordered.
This rearrangement worked out perfectly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We need to, Ollie, do we need to come back into session or something? Okay. Let us know whenever you want to do that. Okay.
It appears I've locked up. Can y'all hear me okay?
I can hear you.
Okay,
Not
perfect.
sure if they
Okay.
can.
And if y'all can just let me know when y'all are ready for me to start.
Boy, they didn't take to that kindly. They dropped off as soon as you said you're ready to start. It's not a good sign.
Hey, you know, it's not personal. That's how I'm gonna look at it.
Stand by, the board lost internet connection, just stand by, Charlie, and
Okay.
and then a moment.
Charlie, can you hear us okay?
Yeah, I can hear you all.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go ahead and start back in. Holly, if you're recording. Our next agenda item is our last one. We have a great tour here. But our next agenda item is public meetings law and updates to the executive session provisions. And our guest is Charlie Sparza. I guess he's our guest as well as our educator.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. Thank you for joining us again.
Yeah, thanks for having me back. I'm trying to adjust lights in here because this is a new training room for us, and I'm looking at my view in the thing here, and I'm a nice shade of gray. I'm actually flesh colored in real life, so I'm dealing with that, but there is a correction. We're not going to go into public meetings law today. Today's going to be about gifts.
Okay.
We're all for gifts.
Okay. Because I think I remember last time I was with your group, someone mentioned something about getting free Blazer tickets. And so I was like, oh, stop. Let's save that for the next training. So are y'all ready to go? Y'all ready to tear into this?
I think so.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay, so let me just start off. I have a motion light that's in this room. So if the room goes black, I'm okay. It's the motion light that went out. So and if the light comes on, you see me waving around like a crazy person, then that's me trying to get the motion light to trigger back on. So thanks for having me back, and thanks for taking the training. So let's go ahead and get into this. So today it's all about gifts. And so on the surface, let me just let you know that we get a lot of folks that ask about gifts and whether or not they can accept them. And people have gotten tired of us saying, well, it depends. So we're going to kind of break that down, what that actually means when we say, well, it depends. Okay, so but let's kind of get into what's going on here with my presentation. Let's see here. Let's see if it's going to work. There we go. Awesome. So as you folks already know, that your role as a public official is one of a public trust. And so it is our responsibility as individuals to make sure that we follow the statutes in our ORS 244. Don't worry about that number. You don't need to memorize ORS 244, but that's what we're pulling from today. And this is where all the gifts is going to be found, is in ORS 244. So just also give you a heads up, today's going to be just a review of the statutes. It's going to be a broad, kind of easy to digest version of the rules. We're not going to get into all the legal speak. That being said, this is not legal advice. So I always tell folks, if you the trainings are good just to kind of get a good solid base, but if you really want to get into what the exact words of the statutes are, go visit the statutes and take a look at that stuff. And after you've looked at that, then come back and contact us, because you're probably gonna have questions, because it does kind of get very wordy and convoluted in there. And when I say contact us, I mean we're a resource for you folks. So don't ever hesitate to shoot us an email, pick up the phone, and throw your questions at us, because that's one part of what we do. And this is part of the training and answering phone calls. And then, of course, a whole other part that deals with complaints. And I'm going to give you all my information at the very end. I'm going to hold you guys up so you can't check out until the very end when I throw my information out there. But ORS 244 covers use of office, conflicts of interest. I believe we talked about those in the last training. Nepotism, gifts, and statements of economic interest. I'm not sure who all is in the room right now that has to file an SEI, but it's that time of year. So if you've filed it already, awesome. If you haven't filed, give us a call, shoot us a message. We'll walk you through it all, because there's been some slight changes to it. And if there's time at the very end, I'll answer any questions y'all may have about the statement of economic interest. So, all right. So I'm just going to throw this out here, because usually when we do the webinars, they're done online via Zoom. And so I can throw some polling up. This setup's a little bit different, but I'm just going to pause for a moment. Just tell me, what do you know about public officials and the accepting of gifts? And just throw it out there at me.
Don't do it.
Try not to
Don't do
accept gifts whenever possible.
Yeah.
Annual $50 per person limit.
Yep.
All right. Okay, what if, can you ever go over that limit? I'll just throw that out there.
If it's from your family member, as in a personal gift, like for your birthday or something from a family member.
All right. Well, it sounds like you've got this. So you guys enjoy the rest of your afternoon. It was fun. And
Isn't there a limitation in terms of, the limitation applies only to somebody who has an interest in what your agency does?
yes, close.
Well,
This is
yeah.
where I'm going to get into the fine
Nitty-gritty.
point of that.
Yeah.
So it's, when you've heard me say already in the beginning, when people ask us, well, what gifts can we accept? So what am I allowed to take? And we always come back with depends. And so people hate that. So you've kind of nailed it. But here's the deal: it's not the agency, what you do at the agency. It's basically what your decision making at the public body you work for. So, or the public body that you represent.
I can't accept the gift from Alex, who's my employee, over $50. Yeah, we had that conversation last night.
So it can get really it can get very complicated very fast. We always say that about gifts, because on the surface, it's just like, oh, it's a gift. You either take it or you can't take it. But if it's something you really want, that's when you start like, okay, I really want this thing. Can I take it? So, and sometimes it's a situation where it's like, oh yeah, I buy you lunch all the time. What's the big deal? Well, every lunch you bought me was, a $25 meal. So it makes you have to stop and think about some things. So, but we'll iron all that out as we go through this. So it sounds like you guys have a pretty good handle on things. So let's go ahead and knock out some definitions, because we're going to always refer back to these definitions. So the first one is going to be a public official. So I know y'all have taken this training before, but basically you are a public official if you represent the county, the state, the city, a special district within the state of Oregon. Okay, and that's whether you're elected, you're an employee, an agent, or maybe you're appointed, or if you're a volunteer. So there's a lot of folks out there that are in non-compensated roles. And whenever I say that, I automatically think of volunteer firefighters. But it's also talking about those folks that volunteer at parks and maybe volunteer at the public library. So those are all public officials. So safe bet, everyone in the room there is a public official. So these statutes that we're talking about apply to you folks, myself included. All right, so the first one's going to be relatives. I know we've talked about this before, but we know who our relatives are in the real world, but in the statutes, it defines it a little bit tighter. So a relative is your spouse, your children, your stepchildren, your daughter-in-laws, your sons-in-laws, your parents, your step-parents, your siblings, your step-siblings, and your spouse's family. Okay, there's 3 more we added this list. It's anyone you have a support obligation to is a relative. Anyone that's receiving benefits from your employment is a relative. So if you have someone that's also on your insurance, they're a relative by the statute's definition. And also anyone that you may be receiving benefits from their employment. So maybe you're on someone else's health care, then that makes them a relative. So these are the ones you look out for. The curveball is always going to be, what about my cousins, and what about my aunts and uncles, and what about my grandparents? By the statutes, those are not relatives. Okay, so I know they still are in real life, but for the statutes, they're not. So let's make it more complicated. So a household member is any person who lives in your home. Okay, so this could be a roommate, a significant other. At this point, it could be a cousin or an uncle or a grandparent if they live with you. Okay, it could be a foreign exchange student. It could be a foster child. It could be basically anyone who lives in your home is a household member. That's the definition. All right, so the next one is, here's the big one, is what is a gift? So we all know what a gift is, and my job is kind of make this a little bit easier to understand. But the definition of a gift by ORS 244 is something of economic value. It's given to you without equivalent payment. It's given to, and here's those definitions, given to you, the public official, a relative, or a member of your household. And it's not offered to others on the same terms and conditions. If I want to add one thing to this, where it says something of economic value without equivalent payment, that's not only something given to you for free, but it's also a forgiveness of debt. Okay, so that's another thing. So how I kind of approach this is this. So if someone's handing out coupons for a free Slurpee or a free cup of coffee to anyone who's walking down the mall or walking down the street, that's not a gift. It's being given out to everyone. If it's in the mail, it's not a gift. It's something that's given out to everyone. But if the store manager or the coffee shop manager comes up to you and says, hey, you know what, you're an awesome person, this coffee is on me, then yeah, now that turns into a gift because it's being offered to you and it's not available to other folks on the same terms and conditions. And maybe they're just giving it to a member of your household or relative, then it still applies that it's a gift. So whenever I read this, I'm like, well, we all know what a gift is. What's this? But we have to define it. So that's one way to look at it. One of the simplest ways to look at it is it offered to others on the same terms and conditions? And so if it's offered to anyone, then it's not a gift.
Hey, Charles, real quick on that last one. When you say it's not offered to others, let me give you a scenario, because this happens in my world all the time. We're at a restaurant and a member of the public comes up and says, hey, I bought your guys coffees, or I bought your lunch, without us even knowing about it. Technically that's a gift, but since it's not being given to an individual, it's being given to a group of people, does that change the dynamic? Because in that situation, there's no opinions or things that are being influenced.
Yeah.
Especially when you don't even know it's happening.
Yeah. So, okay. So this goes back to that depends part. Okay. So if they're giving it, so this is where it gets complicated. Okay. So if someone was to come into your public body and give everyone a cup of coffee in the office, then they're giving a gift to the agency. Now, if you go and have dinner and with a few friends and they buy everyone's coffees, that wouldn't be for the agency, that would be for the individuals. Okay, so everyone would have to sit down and analyze whether or not they can accept it. Okay, so, and there's factors that are tied to that. Okay, so it's anyone that could make a decision that could impact that restaurant owner in any way would have to limit the amount of gifts from that entity to that $50 amount in a calendar year. So from January to December. Okay, so a cup of coffee, not a big deal, but if you've already had like 20 coffees before, you may have to step back and do the math on that. Now, if let's just change this up a little bit. Let's just say you're a clerk in the office and you just file paperwork and answer phones and you don't have any decision making that's going to affect anyone outside your office, then that legislative or administrative interest isn't there anymore. So for that person, they can accept coffees all day from that restaurant. How's that?
That helps.
Okay. All right, cool. We're going to hear this over and over again, so get ready. All right, so what is not a gift? So I know it's simple. What is not a gift? If it's available to the public, okay? So one example we always throw out is if you attend a conference and there's everyone can go to this conference. Let's say it's a home and garden show, and as you walk in, they're handing out a swag bag that, you know, it has a ruler in it and it has some sunglasses in it and something that lights up. Then if they're giving it out to everyone who walks in, then it's not a gift. Okay. Now, if you go up to the desk and you go, well, yeah, I'm a public official. I was told I need to check in here. Okay, great. We're giving out these swag bags only to public officials, then that changes things. But if it's available to the public, it's not a gift. So going back to like the coupons, if they're handing out a buy one, get one free, if it's available to the public, it's not a gift. Okay, so what else is not a gift? So your official compensation package. So your salary, your pension, your healthcare, anything else that your public body gives you as part of your compensation. Maybe they give you free parking downtown. If you work downtown, that would be part of your compensation package. So that's not a gift. Reimbursements. And so we're talking about, let's say you travel for your public body and you turn in your receipts for your meals, or you took a training and they've agreed to reimburse you for that, then that's not a gift. Now, honorarium, that's something that anything you would receive in exchange for providing a service. So let's say, for example, the local homeowners association asked you to come down and speak and you gave a presentation, and afterwards they gave you a gift card or a certificate or something like that. That's allowed. That's not a gift. Just remember, when it comes to honorarium, since it is SEI season, if you're a public official and you've accepted honorarium, remember you have to report anything that was over $15. And as public officials, we have a $50 max on honorarium in a calendar year. All right. Next one is a professional achievement award. And so professional achievement award, that's not an appreciation award. This is one that's acknowledging your role as a professional. So let's say, for example, you win the Oregon Teacher of the Year award. And with that comes maybe some vacation tickets and maybe some money. That's allowed. Or maybe you won the Nobel Prize. You would be allowed to keep that. That would be a professional achievement award. And the last one, a legal expense trust fund contribution. That's an account that's set up through us at the Ethics Commission. And basically, what that is that's a trust fund that's set up to help pay for legal expenses that a public official may incur while doing their duties. Okay, it's not very popular. I think now we have two people. We have one that's on. I think one put in an application. I don't know where we're at in that. It's not my part of the world, but. If you want more information on that, that's one of those where you have to reach out to us to talk about that one, because it's not an easy process. All right, so let's go back to get back into the presentation here. So gifts. All right, so anytime anyone offers you a gift, you have to ask yourself some questions, okay, before we can accept it. So the first thing is who is the source? Okay, so this is after we've determined that this is a gift. This was given to me. It's not available to others. It came in a box. It was wrapped with a ribbon. That's not the qualifier, but you know it's a gift for you. So your first question is, who was the source? So we need to know who was the entity that paid for this gift. And the next question is, do they have a legislative or administrative interest that is distinct from the general public in my role? And what that basically means is, are they going to be impacted economically by the decisions I make as a public official? And so that's your next step. And then the last one is, what is the value? So you guys nailed it already. That $50 value, that's the cap. And however you want to slice that, for $25 meals, or, my math is going to fail me now. I was going to say like 50 coffees, but that would be like $1 coffees. So does anyone sell a $1 coffee? I don't know if that exists anymore. So once you've asked yourself that, let's break this down a little bit further. So the gift source. So the gift source is the ultimate payer of the expense. And so us as public officials, it's on us to find out who the source of the gift is. So the big one is let's say, for example, you come into work and someone has left a gift basket of let's just say a fruit gift basket, and it's sitting there at your desk and it's anonymous. So let me just throw that out there. What would y'all do if y'all had a gift basket sitting at your desk when you came into work the next day? What would you do?
Well, like you just said, you got to figure out who it came from.
Okay, good deal. Now let's say you don't know. There's a note on that says, thanks for being you. What do you do then?
Well, you know, in our organization, what we generally do is,
Keep it out to ourselves.
yeah, that's exactly what we do. We give it to the staff. We put it in the break room and whatever's in there, everybody gets.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, all right. So yeah, that's one of the two things you can do. I mean, depending on what the item is, right? You can either donate it, just make sure that if you donate whatever it is, that you don't take the tax benefit for that, okay? And then, of course, what you guys just said, throw it in the break room and let everyone have at it, okay? At that point, it's not a gift to an individual, it is a gift to the agency. And so that changes things up. So, but yes, that would be if you don't know who they are, but if someone ever gives you anything, you would need to know who they are. And it may not be the person giving it to you. Maybe someone saying, hey, here's a present for you. By the way, so-and-so paid for this. So we all need to know who the ultimate payer of the gift is, because they are the source. The next one is going to be a legislative or administrative interest. So I kind of hinted on that already. So this is a person or an entity that has an economic interest in you as a public official and the decisions you make. So which means that they're going to be affected by your votes, your recommendations, and it's going to be distinct from the general public. So that's going to be one that's going to affect them personally. You know, when you start thinking about this relationship, you start thinking about, like, depending on your role as a public official and depending on who that source is. So I had this question thrown at me earlier this week, and they were like, what is legislative or administrative interest? And can you give me an example? And it's kind of like, well, you know, if a commercial building developer is giving gifts to a city planner, they have a legislative or administrative interest in that city planner. So it's basically those folks that have an interest in those decisions that person can make. So that's where that legislative or administrative interest lies. All right, and so there's limits. So you can accept a gift from those folks with a legislative or administrative interest, but you just need to not exceed $50, okay? And that's from a single source in a calendar year. So let me back up. I'll tell you a little story about my past life I lived. I was an inspector in another state, and one of the other inspectors that I took over this district from him, he mentioned, oh yeah, well, hey, what's really cool is you go check in with that supplier, go inspect them, and they'll take you out to lunch every time you inspect them. And I was kind of like, well, wait a minute. You know, first off, my radar went off because I was like, this doesn't sound right at all. And also, you know, when you step back and take a look at it, it's like, well, you know, they're buying me lunch and I'm making decisions that could impact them, right? I could pass or fail the inspections or recommend they do more maintenance on that's required or less maintenance that's required. I mean, I'm making decisions here that's going to affect this entity, and I'm going to lunch with them. And so I never did that because it just was like, you know, my personality is kind of like, I've got things to do. I don't have time to stop and have lunch with suppliers. And that was my main concern, but also behind the scenes was like, it didn't feel right. Another state altogether. So in Oregon, yeah, it's kind of still there. Like I'd be limited on what I could do as far as lunches go. And, you know, I always joke $50, that's like 2 hamburgers these days. So, all right, so let's bring it closer to home. So gift sources also apply in the workplace. So for us, as like I'm an OGEC employee, Oregon Government Ethics Commission employee. So I can give gifts going up the ladder, right? I have a legislative or administrative interest in our director because she can give me a promotion or a raise or a time off. So I have that legislative or administrative interest in her decisions. So it would be up to her to monitor what they accept from employees that would be impacted by her decisions. So you'll have to remember that when it comes to accepting gifts internally. So, but the good part is, and this is my favorite part of this presentation, the folks above us can shower us with gifts all day long, no limitations, because I have no decision-making power that's going to affect our director at all. So I'm always on the, it'd be really good today would be donuts, you know, can someone, you know, Susan, can you eat donuts? Huh?
Here you go, Kenji.
Huh?
So just remember when it's internally that legislative or administrative interest is still there, okay? But it only applies when going up. And so, again, it goes back to the individual and whether or not they can accept it. So, like I said, our director would have to step back and go, okay, hang on, Charlie's buying me another, bought me a golden watch. I know what he's getting at. I can't accept this, so. All right. So I'm gonna throw a couple of questions out at you. They're kind of tricky questions. I'm gonna try and walk our way through these and see if we can make better sense of these. But so here's my first example. A phone company has offered city employees a discounted rate on their cell phone plans. So how would you determine if this is a gift? So we're going back to what's the definition of a gift. So throw some stuff out at me. What do you think?
Was it negotiated through the city? Like, did the city agree to this, or is this just the phone company reaching out to you?
Yeah, that's the thing I don't like about this question is because it's kind of broad and vague. I'm like you. I'm like, city employees, like, is that everyone or is that, what's going on here? So the first thing you'd have when they ask you, how do you determine if this is a gift? So the first thing is it something of value? Okay, so they're offering a discounted rate. Okay, so that's a gift on that part of it. Okay, so it is something of economic value. Then I'd have to go into the, am I making equivalent payment for it? Well, it says a discounted rate, so I'm not going to be making any equivalent payment for it. But the catch here is, who else is this gift offered to?